Alright, hey there, Darkstar here. Just gonna run missions today. I've been messing around for so many hours, not making any progress. Messing with controls, messing with all kinds of stuff. Not even sure where I am right now in career. Just shy of something. 250 million maybe? My first $250,000 in the bank. I could go sell a bunch of stuff too that I may not want to use. Yeah, just shy of $250,000. Should we go sell a bunch of stuff that we don't want? Because I'm kind of done with crew. But most of these planes won't get us very much, so I don't know that it's really worth it. And I kind of sort of had a goal of having every kind of plane in every company. So let's just see what all we have and what we might want to get rid of, because I do think there's some there's a little bit of redundancy in here. Like I could sell one of these, but like it's not worth very much money. Pretty sure I just have the one in ag. Yeah, I don't even have the plane, so that's not really worth it. I think I just checked that one. Yeah, not much in there. Not even much in charter, but I do have a PC-24. But I'll keep those three. That's fine. So I like to do testing of stuff too, so that's kind of why I want to keep them. Probably don't need 2 hoist helicopters. Could probably get rid of one of those. I just have the basic fire plane. And then a PC-24 in medical, maybe? Yeah. So I don't think I want to dump any of those off. I do, however, I think want to get, at some point, the CJ4. I have the Saab here. So I could go over to charter. It's kind of spendy, but I kind of want to have one just again for more testing purposes than anything, I think. There's a lot of spendy planes to get in here. Yeah, 34 million, that's not too bad. And let's see, what do we have? Do we have any unused? I don't generally buy used just because it's hiding so much engine damage usually. So like if we look at 25 million here and we look at engine details, see the engines are considerably worn. And that's going to start costing you a lot. So that's 7 million right there. You know, pushes up your 25 million almost to buying a new one, right? Like this is cheap. Like you were like 627 credits, no worries there. All 4 of these 2 are the ones you got to worry about. And then another one to worry about is the why is escape not working? The flight controls overall. So that's going to be another 6.5 million. Now this is in good condition, so maybe you won't need it for a while. But you can see some of these are kind of worn out. So is that worth it? I don't know. I don't know. Tires are cheap, no worries there. Almost anything that's high wear is usually pretty cheap. Like all of these would be cheap. These are going to be moderate. What did it say the... Like, does it say what it would be to repair it? 7 million? No. I'm just gonna get a new one. So if you can find one that's used, but the engines and flight controls are in good condition, that's probably a good deal. And I always put premium insurance on everything. You don't pay it except for if you fly it. And if you're flying it and the game messes up, why not have it? It's like, you know, it's 43,000 credits per hour, but you're going to be earning, you know, 6, 7, 8 million per flight with that aircraft. Now, one thing I do like that they have now is they show this up here. That's really nice. So, not sure where we want to put it. That's going to set me back a bit. But that's okay. Now we have one to play with. All right, back on mission here. Let us see where we are. I'm here, which makes me think my last mission might have been here. Let's go filter our 737 out. And just for the sake of argument, no, that is not where we are. I do not want to pay 10 million credits to transfer here. That suggests to me that we're somewhere over here in Europe, maybe. Probably right, one of these two, yeah, that one. I love how you can't check what airplane it is when you zoom in too far. I'm pretty sure I only have one. Lips sounds right. That's where I was. And I'll take 15 million or better. It seems like you usually have to go to one of the major airports in the region to get the bigger paying flights. I don't even know. I don't know Europe that well. Shameful American here. Of course, I got a very good payout to fly there, but there's no flights out. It's kind of weird. And what I generally do is I work my way up around here. because the flights up there tend to go back to the US, which tend to be the longer flights, which are the ones that pay better. Seem to anyway. Although I don't know why everywhere doesn't have long flights. That's on 8.5 hour, but only 11 million. I do end up paying to move, but I think the extra money is worth it. Zurich's pretty big. Nothing, huh? Man, it would be nice to be able to sort these, wouldn't it? Maybe we should just jump all the way up to pay to move the plane. The 10. Now, where are my missions today? Ah, come on. Well, there's 12 million. Riveting stuff, right? So jerky. That does not look like a major airport. In the Dornier DOX, I landed on this little water runway here. It's one of the videos out there. thought that said 70 million for a minute. There's a 16 or 15.8 anyway. I think I'm just going to take that one if I don't see a better one here. Ah, there we go. 17.2. Kilimanjaro, interesting. Now the problem with that is we may get stuck down here. We may have to just take something, work our way back up to Europe, because those Europe to US flights are the best ones. So 1 million to move. I deleted my rolling cache and all streamed assets and everything, so it has to load everything back. It's been a little slow today. Any luck, we'll get bad weather. Okay. We are skipping, which means we only need so much fuel. Look at my poor paint job. Let's skip to taxi. Why do they even put that on there if it's just going to crash your plane?
It's a real pleasure to be flying together again.
I'll remember you. All right, ground power on.
It's Breer from your flight staff. We're ready to begin boarding. Waiting for your signal.
Okay, board. Boarding doesn't take
Skip
long.
all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. The jetway is going to be connected.
Let's get the APU start going. Baggage.
Skip all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Baggage
Boarding
is
finished,
on the
Captain.
way.
Let's go send to avionics. Make sure that's in there right. Flaps 5. Request catering.
Skip all ground.
CG.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Could you please send the catering truck?
Oops.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. The catering truck is on the road.
Okay, let's try and put in a low altitude here. And see if we can
Skip all ground. Summit Delta
See how
Sierra
this
Tango
goes.
618, ready to copy IFR clearance to Kilimanjaro.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618 is cleared to Kilimanjaro Airport by the Ren 2 Romeo departure. Expect runway 06. Maintain flight level 290. Departure frequency is 119.175, squawk 0757.
Cleared to Kilimanjaro via the Ren 2 Romeo departure, runway 06, maintain flight, level 290. Departure frequency is 119.175, squawk 0757, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618.
Now, technically, you should
Summit
wait before
Delta
turning this
Sierra
fully
Tango
on.
618. Readback is correct. Contact ground on 121.705 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Captain, we are at 50% of fuel.
We are waiting on
Luggage
the
loading complete.
slowest caterer in the world. And I got a little distracted there. We got it, 290, right? Nice. That means we won't have to wait as long to skip to descent. You could probably just request like 190 or something, just above. I'm gonna try that next time. 290, runway 06. So it's gonna be 60 approximately. Just a rough heading to get started with. I like to dial this up to 200. Make sure our flight directors are on. APU should be on now. We can get ground power off. APU bleed on. And we need to get these guys on. Are you serious? It's a this thing is so slow. But technically boarding should take a while, so I guess this has replaced boarding. Does it go down and up a few times? I've never actually sat here and watched it. Alright. So release your brake, and then you'll get the pushback option, request pushback.
Skip all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Pushback request accepted.
Close that to arm emergency lights. Should I actually do this first?
Captain.
It might ding me on airline procedures. This might be an airline procedure thing. You should get this on first and then request boarding.
You're cleared to start engines. Pushback complete, Captain.
You are kidding me. Okay, let's go ahead and start our engines. I just wait for this to say motoring. Right about there. And then this will click off automatically. So I did an Alt-P to get more pushback. Okay, now I'm requesting taxi clearance here, but it isn't working, so I'm gonna do it
Skip
manually.
all ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618 with Sierra. Ready to taxi IFR.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Taxi to and hold short of runway 06 using taxiway Alpha Niner Charlie Alpha Romeo Sierra 1 cross runway 06 Alpha 1 tree. Contact tower on 119.2 tree when ready.
Taxi to and hold short runway 06 via taxiway Alpha Niner Charlie Alpha Romeo Sierra 1 cross runway 06 Alpha 1 tree. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618.
Alrighty, so next thing we want to do is make sure that our arrival procedures are in, because we're when we skip, we'll be right there. So this all matches. Let's look at the other thing you can do is you can go here and make sure you have an ILS 1, so 1109, right? So we put those in here, 11090 and 11090. Alright, and then our course, we want 88. Oops. And it's that easy. Now we can look here at our approach. Double check it. So we're coming in UVGER, that's going to be straight in, like that. 6,000 feet is going to be our platform altitude. 9,000 feet here. And then 5,000 when we intercept the glide slope, probably here. And then of course some people like to do your minimum descents or whatever. I'm in this for the money, so. Okay, so we got engine started, so we want to switch over to that, and we can turn these generators off. Want to switch the bleeds over to the engine, switch that one off. Turn on the packs, turn on electric. Fuel pump should actually be on. And now we can turn APU off. Alright, and now we're going to skip to takeoff. You could probably skip to takeoff and then do a lot of the setup, because it's probably already done when you skip to takeoff. Like for example, it's deploying the flaps right now, right? Otherwise, hopefully I would catch that in my next check.
Skip Hall Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618 at runway 06, ready for departure. IFR to Kilimanjaro.
So these should be off,
Summit
not
Delta
on.
Sierra Tango 618, QNH 1024. Cleared for takeoff runway 06.
Cleared for takeoff runway 06, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618.
It automatically puts these in continuous as well.
Dear passengers, prepare for takeoff. Please ensure your seat belt is fastened tightly, your seat is in the upright position, and your tray table is securely stored. Thank you.
It'll also set rejected takeoff on the brakes. Oh, that's laggy. That's what. I hope we have enough room here for a short takeoff. So I don't want to go all the way around. Okay, arm auto throttle. I have a switch for that. On my yoke. That looks like enough runway. Alright, let's just do a couple of last minute checks here. Okay, BR's 135. Okay, just lining that up with our runway heading here. And then we're gonna go level change, heading select. Okay, throttle up to about 40%, a little more. Auto throttle. Try and stay on the runway today. I have problems with my feet, so it makes the rudder pedals hard.
V1, rotate.
Wow, that is bouncy. Alright, positive brake, gear up.
Sierra Tango 618, contact Amsterdam Center on 119.175. Good day.
Start bringing the flaps up as we accelerate.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Did you copy?
I did, and I hit enter, but...
Going to 119.175. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Amsterdam Center, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618 is passing 2,100 feet climbing flight, level 290.
No, I did not want to do that. I want to do
Sierra
that.
Tango 618, Amsterdam Center, QNH 1024, radar contact, continue.
Let's just go 140. Little safety margin there. Keep bringing the flaps up as we accelerate. Missed my LNAV button. How embarrassing. Not really, I don't care. So I've been experimenting with different modes of getting out of here. Find level change the best, and so you get above 10,000. So that way you keep the speed well below the speed limit and you don't get dinged on it. If you go LNAV, it's going to push it all the way to 250 knots, and it'll often go a little over and you'll lose points. Alright, and we're only going to 290. And I don't know why, but in the 737, I can't override this. Like if I go 240/10000, it just oh, now it took it. Made a liar out of me. Okay, fine. Well, if you can put that in there, then you can go VNAV. But I've done that a dozen times and it just ignores me. I don't know why. This time it worked. So when we skip, it's going to automatically set this to 1. I'll change it later. So unfortunately you can't preset it. And just as a sanity check, I like to make sure that it's actually got the throttle set right. That we're not slowing down or something. And the density of these things is just crazy when you have a longer flight. That's a bug. Lately when I've been skipping, it's been putting me right on my final. It's kind of interesting. So like it might be good to put a heading of 088 in here as well. So we're roughly pointed the right way. Sure it's got our waypoints in here that we want. Yep. KJ801 is initial fix. Okay, let's go sim rate up. So let's see, we've got some mountains over here we're gonna have to watch out for. $9,000, $6,000, $5,000. Okay, the thresholds, 2,936 feet. The touchdown zones also 2,936 feet with a negative 0.2 degree slope. So pretty flat. Looks like Pappy style lights on the left, 3-degree glide slope.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618, contact Langen Center on 118.75. Good day.
Okay, this is a good place to acknowledge handoff and don't go any further.
118.75 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618.
standard. Yeah, I gotta try putting in lower altitudes here so we can skip faster.
Good morning, dear passengers. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Tez Schoonmakers. Welcome aboard flight DST-618, inbound to Kilimanjaro. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 30,000 feet and at an airspeed of 250 knots. It's 10:08 a.m. We anticipate a comfortable flight in spite of some mild turbulence. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
Okay. So we're currently accelerated time a little bit. We're going to go back to normal. And then I'm curious, if I'm in speed intervention mode and I dial this down, and then we skip, what happens? The other thing I really like to do when I skip is go sim rate slower, 2 notches. So time's going to pass really slowly now. That I know is sticky. So, and like just to check, we'll set this to 3, but when we come back in, it'll probably be 1. So skip. You can also, hit P for pause when you come back in. Get your bearings. You can tweak a few settings, unpause, repause. Just remember to get the sim rate back up. All right, there we go. Yeah, and it did change this. We're at 10,000 feet.
2,500.
Let's get this. So let's pause, because this takes a while. There. Get this down to 9,000. We've got VNAV on. What are we doing for LNAV here? What is our situation? It looks to me like we're right there, and we need to dial our speed down. And we might even be able to hit approach mode here. What's our current speed? 140. So we need to speed up, not slow down. Okay, approach is armed. We are right on the glide slope. Glide slope already locked even. So see this is on 1 now, not 3. So let's go to 3. Hit control backslash. Make sure that's armed. Lights on. Let's get some more flaps out. We're in a descent. More flaps, gear. Yeah, we're a ways out yet, but we need a minute here, because one thing we need to do is get our approach in here. Approach, we'll do 40. That's going to set our approach speed to 138. And let's go to 148.
We forgot to retract landing gear, Captain.
No, we really didn't. They're so dumb. Okay, forward time. So we're now half speed, I believe. And now full speed. And I'm gonna go a little bit, I'm gonna go all the way up here to about 158.
We've already started our descent to Kilimanjaro INTL and expect to land in a few minutes. If you want to adjust your watch, it is 2:33 a.m. in Kilimanjaro now, and temperature is 74 degrees Fahrenheit. On behalf of all our crew, thank you for choosing Dutch Skico. Today, we wish you a pleasant stay in Kilimanjaro, and hope to see you again very soon.
Okay, when you see approach here, you should start contacting them again.
Kilimanjaro approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618 is passing 8,200 feet climbing flight, level 290.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618, Kilimanjaro approach, QNH 1025, radar contact, continue to KJ 801. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618, climb and maintain 9,000 feet, expect ILS Zulu runway 09er approach via UVGR transition. Cleared to UVGR.
We're past Udber.
Climb and maintain 9,000 feet, expect ILS Zulu runway 09er approach via UVGR transition. Cleared to UVGR. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618, contact Kilimanjaro Tower on 119.9er when inbound on the approach.
Tower on 119.9er. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Kilimanjaro Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618, 15 miles west, inbound ILS Zulu runway 09er approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618 Kilimanjaro Tower, QNH 1025, cleared ILS Zulu runway 09er approach.
Cleared ILS Zulu runway 09er approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618.
Okay, and we're 12 nautical miles out. So when we start approaching this point, we will get into our final landing configuration, which at this point now is just get the remainder flaps out. And that's at 6.5 DME. .9er, 1109er, good. Okay, I've not laid eyes on the runway yet, but it's looking pretty clear down here. There it is. And one more notch of flaps. And I have disabled auto throttle. I don't know if you caught that earlier. Still good to dial in your desired speed here, so that you kind of keep an eye on it. Getting some turbulence. We are armed to auto land if we want to use that.
Delta Sierra Tango 618, wind 09er tree at 4, cleared to land runway 09er.
Cleared to land.
Cleared to land runway 09er, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618.
Okay, we're looking good. At the moment, I'm inclined to just auto land. We'll keep an eye on how things look. Still armed. Gears 3 greens, locked and down. Speed come down just a little bit. It's pretty it's kind of buffeting around.
500. 400.
Okay, gear 3 green, speed brakes armed. We're nice and stable. Armed for auto land. We're gonna go for it.
Approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30.
Okay, there's
20,
30.
10.
Go idle. Speed brakes auto armed. Front wheel down.
Summit
Reversers
Delta
on.
Sierra Tango 618. Did you hear my last transmission?
I don't think you made one, my friend. Okay, we're looking to drop below 80. And then thrust reverse off. Keep the reversers out until we get below 40.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Did you hear my last transmission? Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Exit runway when able.
Uh-oh.
Kilimanjaro Airport Information Charlie 2200 Zulu. Wind 096 at 4. Visibility 6. Sky condition 5,000 feet scattered, 14,300 feet scattered. Temperature 2 tree. Dew point 14.
Why are we on?
QNH 1022. LSX. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Turn next taxiway.
Where is a taxiway? I don't see a taxi. I guess we should have had the airport info out. Airport ground chart. Yeah, I think the best we can do is loop around right about here.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Turn next taxiway.
And if we get a wheel out of whatever, we'll just skip to parking.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618. Contact ground on 119er decimal 9er.
119er decimal 9er for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 618.
Now watch us get a... You're on the taxiway when you shouldn't be.
Captain, we're down to only 25% of fuel.
These flaps take forever to come up. Kind of some weird ATC comms there. I don't know if I missed. I'm gonna have to go back and watch it. But I'm pretty sure I hit enter when they're like, you're cleared to land. And then when I came on here, it was saying request clearance. I should maybe keep this up at the end and see if I need to re-acknowledge something. Or maybe hitting enter didn't properly acknowledge it or something, I don't know. Hey, how's it going? I didn't see your message initially because I was a little busy landing. I'm getting yelled at by ATC. This is when I need synthetic vision on here so I can see where I am in relation to the hold short area here. Career mode. Career mode for money. I've only done very little VATSIM. I did one real flight on VATSIM, just a short one. I like the idea of it. I'm not sure I like having to do all the hard work. I don't know why sometimes I'll get 10 million experience for these flights and then sometimes I get very little. Maybe it was broken and they fixed it. So let's see, that was, where are we at? An hour, I guess. Lowered my reputation. Now comes the fun hunt for the next job. Not much here. Let's zoom in a little. See if we can find anything decent to get out of here. That's why I don't like to fly down here. There's a 12 million one. $12 million's not too bad. Let's see if we can find anything better at this airport. Nope. I don't know. I don't advertise or promote my channel anywhere or anything. I just more do it to amuse myself. If other people have fun, that's great. I've had a couple of people that were semi-regular for a while and then kind of get, I don't know, get busy on whatever else. Also don't have a schedule, so that probably doesn't help. I just do it whenever I've got some downtime. And I try to post helpful videos, and I'll link people to those when it can help them. think that's more how I got started, is just doing that. Okay. Should we give it a bath? I think for these flying videos, there's only so many people interested. Like I like to go hang out with Kip and crew when they're flying around sometimes. But even then, I mean, you know, I don't know how many viewers he has at once, but it's not like the big streamers, that's for sure. Earlier I was pre-recording, and I'll post them later once I edit them together, some videos on how to set up the Honeycomb Bravo. Like kind of a tutorial video thing. At least how I have it set up. Oh, I almost hit alt in.
It's a real pleasure to be flying together again.
This doesn't look promising. This is the airport that crashes you.
Passes and passports ready. Flight DST-611 now open for boarding at gate 3. Thank you.
This may not go well. There's no, I think no boarding. I'm not a pilot in real life. Unless 10 hours of flight lessons count.
Lubumbashi ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611, ready to taxi, IFR.
Summit Delta
Oh
Sierra
no,
Tango
no,
611.
I
Taxi
forgot.
to and hold short of runway 07 using taxiway. Contact tower on 128.1 when ready.
I forgot to put in a lower thing here.
Taxi, hold short runway 07 using taxiway, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611.
Do we try to taxi? Or skip? I think skipping is dangerous here. Let's try a pushback. There's no way I can make it through there. Safely, anyway. Alt P.
Ladies and gents, our captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. Please stow your hand luggage underneath the seat in front of you or in an overhead compartment. Make sure your seat back and folding trays are in full upright position. If you are seated near an emergency exit, carefully read the special instructions card located by your seat. A reminder that this is non-smoking flight, including the lavatories. If you have any questions, feel free to ask one of our attendants. Thank you. Ladies and gents, please direct your attention to the monitors as we review emergency procedures.
Okay, we're after you all are set up once we get in here. I can't believe we managed to get out of this airport. What airport are we in? FZQA. I try to keep a list of airports where things are weird.
Lubumbashi Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611 ready for departure, runway 07, IFR to Cairo.
Runway 07.
Cleared for takeoff runway 07, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611. Ladies and gents, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
I don't know what we're cleared to. Because we didn't get our clearances. We'll see what they say. We can always request lower. Flight directors got turned on. Lights on. Strobe should have been on. We don't have any fuel in the center. Okay. Let's see if we can get this set up while we taxi down here. Okay, double tap, zero fuel weight, 4,000 into reserves. Which one is next to reserves? That one. Cost index. I'll just put something in here for now. Uh, 5 on flaps. Double tap center of gravity. Gives us a 3.75 trim. Accept the V speeds. 137 is rotate. That'll get us into the air anyway. That's probably good on the trim. Do we need anything else up here? I think we're good. 5 flaps. 200. I think our runway was 7. Somewhere around there. We'll see when we get turned around. Looks pretty good. Off by just a little. Alright, level change, heading select. Auto throttle armed. Let's get to about 40%. Take off. Kind of foggy today, or smoggy or something. All right, positive climb, gear coming up. Flaps coming up.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611 contact Kinshasa Center on 123.7. Good day.
Going to 123.7, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611. Kinshasa Center Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611 is passing 5,400 feet climbing flight level 350.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611, Kinshasa Center, QNH 1024, radar contact. Continue to Lumuk.
Okay, let's get the flaps the rest of the way up. Looks like we have good LNAV. Up on 10,000 feet. Shave the corner off here a little bit.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Yes, we are. Okay, VNAV. Okay, gears up, flaps up, speed's looking good. We should be accelerating, yes. We need to go all the way up to 35,000. Let's make sure that agrees here, 35,000. Alright, let's look at our arrival. 23 Center in Cairo. Arrival 23C. Direct. Nothing else selected. Okay, it's 109.5. 10950. 10590. Select. And course is 224. Charlie. What? That might be a problem. Huh. The airport code is Heka? I wonder if that's like what that's based on. Heka. Okay, 23 Charlie. ILS or localizer. That's, I don't know that I want to do that. .1095, this looks like the one. This might put us on a pretty short final here. I think let's see, how long do we have here? We still got a ways to go. I could speed it up, but I'm gonna do this in Navigraph so that we can plan out a little better here. CQA. So 23 Charlie. No arrivals available. Interesting. Probably do that one if we can, though. Doesn't have it in here, which is kind of what matters. Bounced around pretty good here. Alright, let's sim rate up one. See if we get up to 35,000 faster. Yeah, well, there you go. Let's just check everything else up here while we're climbing. I didn't do this one right. 10950. Well. Uh-oh. It's broken. What are we supposed to put in here? .5. I've had this happen before also, I don't know. That fix it maybe? Ah, good. 35,000. Now if it does skip to descent and plop you down too close to the airport, go into heading select mode and just do a loop. I think I need to remember to set my altitude before I go into the mission, just in case. And one thing you can do, you can toss that over there and turn that off and get a bigger map on this side. Okay, we're almost to top of climb. I really need to have a sim rate indicator. Hi. I wonder if there's any way for a third-party app to tell. Not that they would let you connect into career. Like even the landing rate monitor doesn't work in career mode. Okay, well we've learned that you can't preset your autopilot at all. Put that up over here. So I can maybe tell where I am. Coming up on 35. And if it doesn't recognize your 35,000 feet, climb or descend a little bit.
Today I'm assisted by co-pilot Joe Johnston. Welcome aboard flight DST-611, inbound to Kezem El Noza. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 33,000 feet and an airspeed of 250 knots. It's 12:09 p.m. and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
I don't understand how this gets the wrong altitude, because if you look right here, it says your indicated altitude is that. Just round it to the nearest 100 feet, or 500 feet or something. But how'd they get 33 out of that? Let's see. They're probably reading AGL. Maybe that's what they're doing. I think I may have solved that one. They should really read out flight level though, or something. I don't know. Alright, we're almost ready to skip to descent. Of course, we want to slow down the sim rate. We don't want to be fast like we are right now. There's normal. And I would really like to not have active radio comms with ATC before we do it. So we'll give it a minute here and see if we can get a handoff. And then we'll slow down our sim rate and get ready to skip. We have our ILS in, we have our courses. 224, that is correct. Alright, just gonna do it. Slow the sim rate down. That's done. Skip.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 2 tree center approach via Charlie Victor Oscar transition. Cleared to Charlie Victor Oscar.
Alright, we're right there. We got it. We want to pick up a little speed and we want to start getting more flaps and gear down. Gear down. Slow that down to 160. Accept that before we get dinged.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 2 tree center approach via Charlie Victor Oscar transition. Clear to Charlie Victor Oscar. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611. Contact Cairo Tower on 118.1 when inbound on the approach.
Okay, and I said I was going to leave that open now.
Tower on 118.1. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611.
Okay, now let's start getting back up to normal sim rate. This should be normal sim rate now. 31, 32, 33, okay. Contact tower.
Cairo Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611, 6 miles northeast, inbound ILS runway 2 tree center approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611, Cairo Tower, QNH 100 tree. Cleared ILS runway 2 tree center approach.
Now the good news is
Cleared ILS runway 2 tree center approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611.
Wind 255 at 8. Clear to land runway 2 tree center.
Clear to land runway 2 tree center. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611.
we missed our passenger announcement because it came up at the same time. Okay, I took over the throttle. I didn't like what it was doing.
1,000.
I've let it get a little slow though, so I'm going to add a little power here. Wind's a little crazy. Alright, it's all armed for an auto landing, but we are not super smooth. Okay, we don't have any
500.
ATC comms outstanding here.
400.
I don't like when it pitches so much here.
300.
Okay, taking over.
400. Sink rate. 100. Approaching minimums. 50. Flight slow. 40. Flight 30. Slow. Flight slow. 20. 10.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah, that was terrible, terrible, terrible.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611, did you copy?
See, what?
Clear
What
to
is that?
land runway 23 center. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611.
Oh, can we make this runway? Oh, no, 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 no.
Sierra Tango 611, exit runway when able. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611, contact ground on 120.4.
Cairo Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611. Say again, please.
What?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611, contact ground on 120.4.
Going to 120.4. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611.
All I did was hit enter. And it doesn't say again. What? And why is the hold short so far away? I swear it moved it. So we're gonna have to get our landing gear checked. That's gonna cost us $1 million. Kind of pretty brutal on the winds there. Again, I'm a child and I cannot judge distances, so I have to hit the hold short from external view.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611. Taxi to parking.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611. Taxi to Gate Golf 2 via taxiway Zulu Tango Sierra.
I'm just gonna skip.
Taxiing to Gate Golf 2 via taxiway Zulu Tango Sierra. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 611.
Because we're in this for the money. And then all you really have to do to shut down is hit those two switches right there. You could do other stuff. Like I like to get ground power on. You could get your APU on, whatever. If you've got ground power though, that's good enough. As if I'd love to have a career mode that's has more continuity in it, where you actually do the turns. So you would get the plane settled in and then disembark and reboard the new passenger set. Well, that's pretty good. We didn't do great on passenger set, but we got an S. Still got a very low XP bonus for some reason. Oh, you know what I bet it is? It's the difference between skipping and real time. When I do real time flights, even with sim rate up, I get 10 million experience. And like I jump 5 levels at a time. Now those are long ones, but pretty happy with that one. And it put us right on final. So only made 11 million, 10.8, 10.9. Went up a hair, oddly. Don't care about that. So if you need to go up on a bunch of levels, do real time, quote unquote real time / sim rated. Apparently that's the way to get experience. Now we're gonna have to go check up on our plane. Made it up to Cairo. so laggy. I should probably reboot. I mean, restart the app. Let's go filters, 737. I don't see any big ones out of here. 10.5 would be okay. But like it's the same effort, right? That's the problem. Like I can do an 8.5 hour flight for 17 or this in the same amount of time. What a name. But this would get us back up in the Northern Europe area. Iceland. Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm cool to fly into BIKF. Alright, we're gonna have to do the checkup thing and check on our landing gear. Just make sure it's okay. It looks fine. We'll go ahead and top these off while we're here. How much is that one? That's too much. We'll let it wear some more. You really shouldn't repair until they're like down in the orange. And as long as we've done this, we might as well check on other stuff. No, no, don't do those. Yeah, I'm wearing out those engines. That's another reason skipping to descent is good. Like, look at that cost. I'm gonna have to pump 18 million into that at some point. I don't know what those new red arrows mean. Let's go and top these off. I don't remember where I was now. Oh man, that's gonna be expensive at some point. And I think that finishes it, yeah. So yeah, a lot of repair coming up eventually. 17 million there, 21 million there, 4 million. Might as well wash it while we're here. But we've almost paid for the CJ4 that we bought. Did I refuel it? I like to keep it about there. We use about one of these. So I mean, you could probably go here even and be okay, but just want to have a buffer in case I need to fly around. I've messed up things before where I had to do like 3 or 4 go-arounds to catch the ILS finally in. Just kept getting distracted and not doing it right. So let's see, this will be mission number 3. Where are we at stream-wise? Does it tell me anywhere? Hour 42. So that's not too bad for completing 2 of these missions. Alright, Shift C.
Good afternoon, everyone. Cern's here we come.
Cern's-Jobber. Well, let's get this show on
It's
the road.
Jamal from your flight staff. We're ready to begin boarding. Waiting for your signal.
Let's get the emergency lights closed and get the fasten seatbelt signs on and then request boarding.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 29 tree. Could you please get the passengers on board?
We're going to put it very low.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29 tree. The jetway is going to be connected.
Okay, go ahead and start the APU, because that takes a minute. Cost baggage.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 29 tree. Could you please send the baggage?
We'll get this dialed up to
Summit
get
Delta
started.
Sierra Tango 29 tree. Baggage is on the way.
Okay, skip, skip,
We've completed
skip.
boarding, Captain.
Click, click, 4, click, 5, 5, click, 190, click, enter.
Ground, Summit
Execute.
Delta Sierra
N1
Tango,
limit,
29
that's
tree.
fine.
Could you please send the catering truck?
5
Summit Delta
flaps,
Sierra Tango
click, click.
29 tree. The catering truck is on the road.
Get your trim in. I like more trim than it says. Click, click, click. Note your VR, 133. I like to check the legs, make sure something's there. Make sure you've got this done and sent, and then request your IFR clearance.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29 tree. Ready to copy IFR clearance to Keflavik.
APU on. I don't think
Summit
it's
Delta
started
Sierra
yet.
Tango 29 tree is cleared to Keflavik Airport as filed. Expect runway 23 center. Maintain flight level 200. Departure frequency is 119.3 Squawk tree 727.
There. When that blue light comes on, I believe it is ready. You can do that and get ground power off. Acknowledge IFR clearance.
Cleared to Keflavik as filed. Runway
Summit
23
Delta
center.
Sierra
Maintain
Tango
flight level
291
200.
Readback is correct.
Departure frequency
Contact
is
ground on
119.35 Squawk tree 727. Summit Delta Sierra Tango
Fuel gauge
29
reads
tree.
50%, Captain.
Yep, we look good on fuel. For our magic time warp flights. Just waiting on catering now. While we're waiting on catering, let's go check our approach. 1113.
Luggage loading now complete.
One, 13. Swap. Course is 12. That makes it easy. 12. Just mouse wheel those up. Get this up to 200. Although I think it does that automatically when we skip to takeoff. And then our departure runway is 23 Charlie. Just get that roughed in so it's easier to fine tune when we get there. We can go and get our brakes off, get ready to push back. As soon as that guy's done. Okay, when we push back, we will start engines. We'll get APU off. And then we'll be ready to skip to takeoff. Come on, my friend. Alright, that's nice animation there. Giving credit where credit is due. Okay, start our pushback.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree, requesting pushback.
Let's make sure they don't push us back into something.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree. Pushback request accepted.
Tow bar in place, Captain.
Should get start clearance in a minute. Forget your yaw dampener.
You're cleared to start engines.
Alright. Okay, they're pushing us back towards that building, so we need to make sure we don't go too far. They usually stop automatically, but you just never know with this game. Okay, as soon as that says motoring, that can come on. When that starts, that'll turn off. We can start that one.
Pushback is complete.
Good enough. Let's get brakes on. Oh, they just left us rolling.
Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree with uniform, ready to taxi IFR.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree. Taxi to and hold short of runway 2 tree center using taxiway Sierra Tango. Contact tower on 118.1 when ready.
Taxiing, hold short runway 2 tree center via taxiway Sierra Tango. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree.
Okay, landing lights on, taxi auto. Get this on. On, APU off, bleed on, off, on, pack, auto, electric on. Okay, deploy flaps, 1, 2, 5. Is it 1, 2, 5 or 1, 3, 5? 1, 2, 5. Skip, and I mainly skip here because I sometimes blow up taxiing. Although I think you can also blow up skipping, so I don't know.
Cairo Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree ready for IFR departure. Runway 2 tree center.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree, QNH 1002. Cleared for takeoff runway 2 tree center.
Okay, navs are on, yaws on, pumps off here, those are on. Lights are good-ish. Don't need those, I don't think. I don't know, let's just leave them on. Turn them all on.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree. Did you copy?
Yeah, sorry.
Cleared for takeoff runway 2 tree center. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree.
Okay, got our ILS. Flaps are down. Projected takeoff brakes are set.
Ladies and gentlemen, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
Okay, we're gonna go level change. Heading select. Make sure our heading is aligned to the runway. Ish. Auto throttle armed. Let the engine spool up to about 40%. Take off power. Auto throttle takes over. About half forward on the stick. Whoa.
V1, rotate.
Got some winds, I think, there. Gear up. Okay, can we go LNAV?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree, contact Cairo Center on 119.3 Good day.
119.3 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree. Cairo Center, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree is passing 1,600 feet climbing flight level 200.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 291 tree. Cairo Center, QNH 1002. Radar contact continue.
I wonder if we dialed this down, if we would do better with passengers. Look at that, we only have to climb to 20,000 feet now. And LNAV. Flaps up. Flaps more up. More speed. More flaps. I always want to go 245 and then I'm like, nah, it'll overspeed me. Let's go sim rate 1. kind of nice when you do these back to back. You get things tweaked a little better. Like the first time I tried to do this 737, I was just lost. I was looking around for cheat sheets or guides or something, and like the video guides were too hard. Even I'm like, I don't know what to do. There's so many switches and everything. And now I can just do it by heart. I probably miss some stuff every once in a while, but I get the basics down. Like I always forget to turn on the emergency lights when I should. Sometimes I forget the yaw dampener, but then if you forget the yaw dampener, you'll get a caution like, I don't remember what it says, one of those? That one, FLTCONT. That usually means you've left the yaw dampener off. And just for aesthetics, I like to get the panel lights on. You can also turn more lights on here. And this one gets these brighter. Alright, that's our 19,000 feet. So we are just about there. Go standard. I should have gone VNAV before. Uh-oh. Okay. Sometimes when it glitches like that, it's about to crash. Okay, so this is what I was saying before. It says to go to 20,000 feet. We're at 20,000 feet, but it hasn't cleared it yet, right? So just go up 100. Actually, I mean, you can go up a bunch. I just hit altitude hold when it clicks in. There we go.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 2901 tree. You are 300 feet above your assigned altitude. Maintain present altitude.
Descend and maintain flight level 200. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 2901 tree. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Gigi Abdulaziz. Welcome aboard flight DST-2913, inbound to Cern's Jobber. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 21,000 feet and an airspeed of 300 knots. It's 2:45 p.m., and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
For your enjoyment during our flight today, we have placed a complimentary copy of our in-flight magazine in the seat pocket in front of you. Feel free to take it when you leave.
Okay, we're at normal speed. Go down 2. Alt in to skip. I wonder if we dial in a lower altitude here, if we'll get it. Okay, I'm ready to pause if need be. And maybe we should just start hitting approach. See if that comes on. Approach and get our speed dialed in. So we can start getting more flaps out. So it looks to me that we are above the glide slope right now, so I don't think approach is going to be very productive. And unfortunately, I don't know what we should be at. I didn't look it up ahead of time. So if we're on 28, we want to be coming in here at 1,800. And let's go ahead and head out that way. Heading select. Let's unpause. Sim rate up 1.
Keep speed not above 210 knots. Expect ILS Zulu runway 28 approach via Algiers transition. Clear to Algiers. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree. Contact Keflavik approach on 119er decimal tree. Good day.
119er decimal tree for Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree. Keflavik approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree is passing 4,400 feet climbing flight level 200.
Keflavik approach. QNH 1004. Radar contact. Continue to KFI 28. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree. Contact Keflavik Tower on 126.2 when inbound.
Tower on 126.2. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree.
Okay, let's make a turn here. Not as smooth as some of the others, but... Okay, and what is that heading to?
2,500.
Decks on. Execute nav. Okay, and we're still trying to get down. Oh, no, we're down. Okay, let's tune the tower.
Keflavik Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree, 14 miles southeast, inbound ILS Zulu runway 28 approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree, Keflavik Tower, QNH 1004. Cleared ILS Zulu runway 28 approach.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna put my gear down yet.
Cleared ILS Zulu runway 28 approach, Summit Delta Sierra Tango 29er tree.
Okay, cleared for the approach, not the landing. That's just fuel. Let's get a little bit more of a buffer there on the speed. Okay, I'm not sure we have the right info in here at the moment. What are we actually approaching? 28. Okay, they switched approaches on us. That makes some sense. So let's vector ourselves out this way a little first. We want to get out to about here and then come around. We'll have an easier approach. They really should, I don't know how they should handle this. But you gotta watch out for them switching runways on you. So while this is flying out there, okay, we got plenty of buffer over stall speed. Auto throttle's going crazy, but at least it's doing its thing. We won't splash into the ocean. So we need to go back now to our approach here and do 108.5 because I changed it on us. 10850. 10850. Okay, and then we have a new course to 282. 282, okay. Okay, we still got some time before we make our turn here. Hey, I'll take any opportunity to fly through clouds so I get a bigger weather bonus. You should be off. We turned off our panel lights. Okay, we're just about there. That's going to be this same thing. So you just click, click, nav, right? So click, click, execute, and then nav, LNav. Here we come. Okay, between these 2 points is usually when I try to get into my almost final, and then by the time I hit this point, or I'm on the glide slope, I go full flaps, gear down, yada yada. A lot of swerving, man. Looks like it might be a little bit interesting of an approach through the weather. And for career mode, I mean, I'll turn these off sometimes, but I generally leave them up more so that I can find the hold short point that they want me to go to when I turn them off, and I forget that. That's a good thing to have. Look, they turned all my lights off. Except that one. I left that one alone. Weird. Getting a little low here. probably not at appropriate altitudes.
1,000. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow. Glide slow.
Glide slope? What are you talking about? Turn on terrain mode so you can see terrain heights. Especially in bad weather. Also, in theory, if you get it on, you have weather radar. Okay, we are well below the glide slope currently. So once we turn on here, we should be able to arm approach mode. Be good to go. Hey, I've never ever used my wipers before, I don't think. Whoa, they're out of sync. I need to save my... I don't remember how to save and load anymore. What are you doing? What are you doing? That is some crazy maneuvering here. Okay, there's... we really should have gone approach and picked our... Let's go 3136. Okay, that's one more notch. I thought so, but all of a sudden I wasn't sure. Okay, glide slope up there, we're good, we're lining up. Getting on the localizer. Glide slope is armed. Let's get in our auto brake, control backslash. Oh, it was already armed. Yeah, that light right there tells you for sure your speed brake is armed. I think I'm going to turn off auto throttle here and let our speed come down a little bit closer to BREF.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango to 901 tree. Wind tree 12 at 6. Clear to land runway 28.
Yeah, thanks for all your help there, buddy.
Cleared to land runway 28. Summit Delta Sierra Tango, 291 tree.
Okay, glide slope. We're going to need to reduce the throttle as we hit the glide slope. Else you're going to overspeed real quick. Okay, nice and smooth. Set up. wind.
1,000.
Right now winds are only 4. A little low on the glide slope. Okay, rollout and flare are armed. We're gonna go we're gonna go our 30 degrees flaps. Add a little power. Not much.
500. 400.
Okay, about between 20 and 30 feet is when I start really pulling back on the throttle. I usually come in a little fast and then I'll ease back on the throttle just a little bit.
200.
And then at about 30 feet, I want to come off throttle. I'm ready to take over if needed.
100. Approaching minimums.
We're way high, so.
50. 40. 30.
So
20,
not
10.
Not a good ILS approach here. Okay.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 2901 tree. Did you copy?
What?
Cleared to land runway 28. Summit Delta Sierra Tango 2901 tree.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango 2901.
What?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have not reached the gate yet. Please remain seated until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign. Thank you.
As soon as you get this, take it. You already got dinged once. The only thing you can do is get worse.
And the seatbelt sign is turned off. Please make sure to take all your belongings with you when you get off. Be careful when opening the overhead compartment since some of the bags may have shifted during the flight. On behalf of the entire company, we would like to thank you for choosing Fly Nile. We look forward to seeing you again. We wish you a pleasant stay in Cern's Jobber.
Now what I suspect happened is we should have landed on the original runway. I don't know. Alright, so we would get ground power on and then shut down the engines, and then as the engines are shutting down and the taxiway is attached, we can turn off the seatbelt signs. And we really should have already started the APU and gotten APU bleed on. And yada yada yada, but not a great payout, but we were just trying to get up north again. Plus, hey, opportunity to land in Iceland, always fun. Oops, 737 max. What? There are no... It says there's one right there. There's at least those two. Seems like the list is bugged. And maybe we should take this opportunity while we're up here to just kind of unlock Iceland. Okay, did we miss anywhere important? We don't know. Let's go ahead and cover these. Might as well jump over here while we're on it. Okay, I'm going to take a break for a few minutes and then I'll be right back. Alright, time for fourth mission, I think this is. Get us over to northern US where we can pick up some more valuable missions, I think. See the offers. I'm okay. Okay, I'm going to try to get in the habit of doing this. Go 190. I'm going to try not sending here. Well, let's go ahead and do it here. And then go. Okay, so we're going to check plane status, get our altitude entered, and then fly. At least we haven't had any 737 yeets today. I guess maybe they did fix some of that. Where? There they are. We were just here. What are you loading? Like, we have this airport, we have this airplane. So we're at the 2.5 hour mark. So, tried a couple of skip to descents in the PC-24 recently, and it's put me on the ground in just in some random place. Failed the missions. So, I think you don't want to skip to descent in the PC-24 anymore. You used to just break the nose wheel steering, but now it's failing the missions. Pretty bad. Speaking of bad, this is going nowhere fast here. Are we crashed? I can't hit escape either. Let's see. Oh, here we go.
Good morning. So we're flying to Washington. Amazing place.
Ground power. Nav. Emergency. Seatbelts.
Captain, our cabin crew is ready for boarding. Awaiting your instructions.
You may board.
Keflavik ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Double click.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner. The jetway is going to be connected.
55. 190. Execute. Now let's send ATC and avionics. Execute. Request baggage.
Keflavik ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner. Could you please send the baggage?
5.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree
Click.
Niner. Baggage is on the way.
Accept. Oh, we're a little light today. 131.
Keflavik ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner. The catering truck is on the road.
Alright. Let's request our clearance and see what our final altitude
Keflavik
is.
ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner IFR to Dulles. Ready to copy.
11.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner is cleared to Dulles Airport via the Rallo Tree Alpha departure.
We've completed
Expect
boarding,
runway
Captain.
1, maintain flight level 200. Departure frequency is 125.5, squawk 7564.
Cleared to Dulles via the Rallo Tree Alpha departure, runway 1. Maintain flight level 200. Departure frequency is 125.5, squawk 7564. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner. Read back correct. Contact ground on 121.9. Good day.
Currently at 50% fuel capacity, Captain.
We're okay. Wrong way. That way. Brakes off. Waiting on catering. Okay, we didn't do this like we should have.
Luggage loading now complete.
Let's go and get the lights on, get set up. Map. Looks like it's going to be dark soon. So, and then we'll turn these down if we need to a little bit. These 4 right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then you got these map lights on the side you can turn up if you want a little more ambient light. The other light you have up here is this dome light, dim or bright. Bright's a little bright. I usually put it on dim if it's going to get dark. Okay, how's our APU coming along? Waiting for this light right here to come on. And I still don't know how to tell if the APU is working on here. Like, there should be some APU information somewhere, but I've never been able to find it. Still waiting on the APU while we're waiting on them. Okay, our light is on. So on. APU bleed on.
Keflavik ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er, requesting pushback.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. Pushback request accepted.
Tow bar is set, Captain.
Just don't push me into that building.
You're cleared to start engines.
It's gonna push me into the building.
Pushback is complete.
Goofballs. That should be enough room.
Keflavik ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er with whiskey, ready to taxi, IFR.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. Taxi to and hold short of runway 1 using taxiway November 1 2 November 4 Echo 4 cross runway 28 Echo Tree Echo 2 Echo 1. Contact tower on 126.2 when ready.
Taxi, hold short runway 1 via taxiway November 1 2 November 4 Echo 4 cross runway 28 Echo Tree Echo 2 Echo 1. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er.
I wonder what happens if we just skip and don't start the engines here. Let's try it. Because that could save us some time if we wanted to. And both engines are on now. Well, that one's doing something weird, the one that was actually started.
Keflavik Tower, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er at runway 1 ready for departure, IFR to Dulles.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. QNH 1004. Cleared for takeoff runway 1.
Cleared for takeoff runway 1. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. Ladies and gents, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
Alright, we are cleared. We are all set here. We'll activate those. We'll get auto throttle armed. Gear lever is down. Rejected takeoff brakes are set. Flaps are at 5. Engine's up past 40%. Take off. Stick forward. Half forward.
1, rotate.
Gear coming up. Flaps coming up.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er contact Reykjavik Center on 125.5. Good day.
Knowledge handoff.
125.5 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er.
Flaps coming up. Ah, way too fast. $240, man, come on. Till we get past 10,000. Why are they messing with my lights? This one's too. And full 0 flaps. Flaps all the way retracted. Sim rate up 1. Coming up on 10,000. My co-pilot did not say anything. We would normally turn like landing lights off, we can turn fasten seatbelt lights off, all that stuff. I just leave them on because we're going to skip and be below 10,000 and it's going to reset anything that we do anyway probably. GPU is running at 62% right now, between 50 and 62%. CPU is at 35%. Including the streaming. Negligible internet traffic, interestingly. Let's go legs. Let's see if I remember any of this stuff. I do not. Weather radar is on auto, I guess. There's our weather radar. I don't know what happened to our climb. We're only at 19,000. Maybe it is Maybe because that's what I put in here. You cannot, rather than dealing with all that, you can just hit that. You could also go re-enter it here. Like go to VNav and
Good morning, ladies and gents. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Laura Schaus. Welcome aboard flight DST-339, inbound to Washington. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 19,400 feet and an airspeed of 300 knots. It's 8:49 a.m. We anticipate a comfortable flight in spite of some mild turbulence. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So please sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight.
okay, and it doesn't matter for me because I'm about to skip, but you see it's still holding at 291-ish knots. That's because we need to either do something in here or it's not recognizing it yet, probably because we haven't gone into standard mode yet. So if we go standard, let's see if we'll lock in. Now it might mess this guy up, but should go into cruise mode and bring our speed up. I don't know. It's not. I mean, it says 291 here. I'm not sure why that is. We're going to want to do this, 3137. Okay. And we are once again going to go sim rate down 2 notches, 1, 2. Skip. Okay, where are we? Can we arm approach mode?
2,500.
Okay, we are below the glide slope, so we should be okay. I'm going to go. Okay, the speed is way too high.
Excessive flap speed, Captain.
Was it? Maybe.
Ladies and gents, as we start our descent, please make sure your seatbacks and tray tables are in full upright position. Fasten your seatbelt and check that all carry-on luggage is stowed underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead bins. Thank you. Potomac
All right.
approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er is passing 3,300 feet climbing flight level 200.
No, we are not.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. Potomac approach. Altimeter tree 002. Radar contact. Continue to MOV.
Whoa.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect Alice runway 19er center approach via CUTZZ transition. Clear to
Okay, that's not what we had
CUTZZ.
before.
Maintain present heading and altitude. Expect ILS runway 19er center approach via CUTZZ transition. Clear to CUTZZ. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er.
So, do we come in on 01 Charlie, or do we fly what they said? I'm gonna stick to 01 Charlie, I think. We got dinged last time when we switched the runway. Let's stick with it. See, next flap's 15, which would be 200. We're already below that. And let's see. 30 degrees flaps on 137. It's our VREF. Okay, let's get back to normal speed here.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. Please expedite your climb flight level 200.
That is not gonna happen. Sorry to disappoint. Now, why are we descending? Although, I kind of like the idea of descending into this cloud, but...
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. Please expedite your climb flight level 200.
No can do. There we go. Dial this back to 1. Not that low.
2,500.
Let's go to 150 to start off with. Gear down.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 9er. Please expedite your climb flight level 200.
Don't know where you think I am.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner. Please expedite your climb flight level 200.
Guessing we're not landing where they want us to, so it's not triggering.
1,000.
We'll see what happens.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree Niner. Please expedite your climb flight level 200.
We may not get credit for landing here. We might have to take off and fly around and come back.
400. 300.
Auto brake on. Speed brakes are armed.
200.
Gonna see if we can let it auto land here. It's gonna come down pretty hard though, it looks like.
Approaching minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
Oh, it's doing alright. Yeah, there we go, alt in. Well, at least we got credit for landing here.
To all passengers, we have not reached the gate yet. Please remain seated until the captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign. Thank you. Ladies and gents, welcome to Washington Dulles International. Local time is 7:01 a.m. and temperature is 73 degrees Fahrenheit. For your safety, please remain seated until our captain turns off the fasten seatbelt sign. Check around your seat for any personal belongings and be careful when opening the overhead bins, as heavy articles may have shifted. On behalf of the entire cabin crew, we would like to thank you for choosing Iceland Skylines. We look forward to seeing you again. We wish you a pleasant stay in Washington.
Nice. So that may have been real. It was right borderline though. These two bogus. I don't know about the rest of this. It's hard to say, but we only got a B. Hey, it is 7:37 right now, PM. Yeah, I hate this. Oh, come on. I don't care. Okay. And it switches you to employee mode when it does it. Let's see what we have on the board. 15.7. Oh, shoot. I hate that you mouse over something and it changes your whole list. There it is. Okay, that's out of JFK. Let's go see what else we have at JFK. 17.7, that's pretty good. To Prague. Taken that one before. And a 17.2 to Nice. I've taken that one before. I don't think I've taken this one right here. 17.7 to Venezia. Italy, I'm guessing. Every once in a while there'll be a 19 million here. $16 million to Frankfurt, 16 million to Barcelona. $15.7 to Vienna. Get some sausages. There's a 11.9 over to Anchorage. 15.7 to Dusseldorf. Well, I think Prague is our winner. Hello. Click. $400,000 transfer, not too bad. I don't know why this part got so glitchy. It was doing fine before. Enter 190. This is such a terrible departure out of here. I'll show you what I mean. They want you to fly up to here, over to here, back down to there, and then out. Like, that can't be the real way that planes fly out of here. Just makes no sense. This is a nice one. I like this. I like nice long finals. Got a nice easy route this time. Sometimes they're like, ooh, 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 ooh. But yeah, this way out of here is silly. Let's check it out on Navigraph. Let's do a new flight. We are flying from KJFK. What happened? I think I didn't select it. Over to Prague. It's already on here. Yeah, we wanted to look at departures. Let's see what runway we're departing on. 22 right. So select 22 right. And then look at our departures. So you could do JFK 5, probably if you're heading out that way. Otherwise, you're going to get vectored up somewhere. So, I mean, this would make sense if you're heading south. But we would more like go here and then fly up, right? And if you're heading way down south, you could go that way. Maybe this one if you're going to head out this one. But it seems like for us, we should go to here at most. Do we have that as an option here? No, we do not, right? There's only the even worse. Oh, I bet it's direct. That's what it is. And then, of course, these waypoints don't make as much sense. Go that way. Send to ATC and avionics. Accept mission. Transfer our plane. Okay, I'm gonna try something here. Well, should I? I don't know. We don't even need as much fuel now. Let's go and give it a bath. And off we fly. Look at that poor paint job, man. We're wearing it out. I've never paid for a repaint. Let's see. On our arrival, what did we have? I don't remember now. Hopefully it's 30. No. Guess we'll find out here in a minute. I'll check before I.
Happy to be flying with you today, Captain.
Okay, ground power on.
It's Davy from your flight staff. We're ready to begin boarding. Waiting for your signal.
And
Kennedy Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Could you please get the passengers on board?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. The jetway is going to be connected.
so I'm trying to figure out how much setup do we actually need to do.
Kennedy Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Could you please send the baggage?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Baggage is on the way.
We've completed boarding, Captain.
Kennedy Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Could you please send the catering truck?
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. The catering truck is on the road.
Oops. I didn't set CG and my trim. Okay, we filed the plan.
Kennedy Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree, 6-1 Tree,
Let's see what
IFR
we
to
got.
Ruzine, ready to copy.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 6-1 Tree is cleared to Ruzine Airport via the D's 5 departure. Expect runway 22 right. Maintain flight level 190. Departure frequency is 124.75. Squawk 7177.
Cleared to Ruzine via the D's 5 departure, runway 22 right, maintain flight level 190. Departure frequency is 124.75, squawk 7177, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 6-1 Tree.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 6-1 Tree. Read back is correct. Contact ground on 125.05 when ready to taxi. Good day.
Captain, we are at 50% of fuel.
Luggage loading complete.
I wish they would call it catering complete. One 11115. And course 60. Until we're told otherwise. Okay, APU is on. Okay, I think we're ready to go, except for catering.
Kennedy Ground, Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 6-1 Tree, requesting pushback.
Okay, the
Summit
pushback.
Delta Sierra Tango Tree 6-1 Tree.
Tow bar in
Pushback
place,
request
Captain.
accepted.
Pushback here is usually pretty clean.
You're cleared to start engines.
Clear to start engines. fuel pumps on, ground start. Gonna keep some awareness of the surroundings here. Should end about here.
Pushback is complete.
Kennedy ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 tree with uniform. Ready to taxi, IFR.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 tree. Taxi 2 and hold short of runway 22, right using taxiway Lima Alpha Alpha, Hotel Bravo Bravo, Hotel Cross Runway, 4 left Hotel, Yankee Cross Runway, Tree 1 right Yankee Echo. Contact tower on 12 tree, decimal 9er when ready.
Taxi, hold short runway 22, right via taxiway Lima Alpha Alpha, Hotel Bravo Bravo, Hotel Cross Runway. For left Hotel Yankee Cross Runway, Tree 1 right Yankee Echo. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 tree.
Really, most of this doesn't really matter because we're about to skip and it's going to reset it all anyway, but
Kennedy Tower. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 tree at runway 22, right ready for departure. IFR to Ruzine.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 tree. Altimeter 29er 6. Cleared for takeoff, runway 22 right.
Cleared for takeoff runway 22 right. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 tree. Ladies and gents, please fasten your seatbelts and secure all baggage underneath your seat or in the overhead compartments. Place your seats and table trays in the upright position. Turn off all personal electronic devices, including laptops and cell phones, and prepare for takeoff.
auto throttle arm, flight director's on. Projected takeoff is set, flaps are at 5. Just trying to make a nice smooth departure this time, unlike my usual departures. Throttle's up to 40. Looking good. Takeoff power. Auto throttle is off. Active. Half stick forward. Gonna ease over to the left a little. We're on the center line.
V1, rotate.
Okay, a nice easy rotate this time. Gear up. let's lower this. We'll go
Summit
VNav.
Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Contact New York departure on 124.75. Good day.
VNav doesn't really do us any good right now, so what we're gonna do is turn this way. Oops.
124.75 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. New York departure. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree is passing 2,100 feet climbing flight, level 190.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. New York departure. Altimeter 299.5. Radar contact. Continue.
Alright, here we go. LNAV. I'm gonna do that again, just alright, autopilot has control. Oh, wrong way. Hit the wrong button. Get the flaps up here. There's our weather bonus right there. Okay. Sim rate 1.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Contact New York Center on 121.125. Good day.
Okay, now it's handoff.
121.125 for Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree.
Passing 10,000 feet.
Alright, let's look into that runway now. Here's what we think we're gonna get. Runway 6 ILS. No arrival procedure, but we have arrival waypoints. I don't know what that means. Let's do ILS 6. Barracks. That looks right. arrival would be before that. It says none, but there's a... Lom K8 Tango. I think that's what it more or less had last time too.
Good afternoon, ladies and gents. This is your captain speaking. Today, I'm assisted by co-pilot Beatrice Foley. Welcome aboard flight DST-3613, inbound to Prague. We are currently cruising at an altitude of 19,200 feet and at an airspeed of 300 knots. It's 2:58 p.m., and we should expect a smooth flight all the way. On behalf of all crew members, we thank you for flying with us today. So sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the flight. Thank you.
I was very confused there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is prison officers and they're coming down the cutting line for your cockpit. If you need a different reading, just push the button above your head.
Okay, we are in normal speed. We want to go down 2 and then skip. One, two. Skip. I think this might be my last run for a little bit. I don't know if I'll be back on later or not. I'm definitely ready for a break. Maybe I'll edit my video on the Honeycomb Bravo setup. Okay, approach. Did not take. Because we are where? More notch of flaps. 170 is a good speed. And let's start getting in contact with people.
Prague approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree is passing 7,300 feet climbing flight, level 190.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, Prague approach, QNH 1021, radar contact, continue to PR 742.
Continue to PR 742.
Summit Delta
okay.
Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, maintain present heading and altitude, expect ILS runway 24 approach via Oscar Kilo Lima transition. Clear to Oscar Kilo Lima.
What the heck is going on?
Maintain present heading and altitude, expect ILS runway 24 approach via Oscar Kilo Lima transition. Cleared to Oscar Kilo Lima. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree.
Okay, now they've switched to runway 24.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, climb and maintain 10,000 feet.
Climb and maintain 10,000 feet. Summit Delta Sierra Tango tree, 61 tree.
Now I'm lost. What happened? 24 OKL transition. Okay. So unselect all this. 24 OKL transition. Execute legs. OKL. It's in this weird thing where I have to click everything twice. Check our rate of speed. Should be normal now. 25, 26, 27, 28. I have no idea what this thing is supposed to be doing. What they switch us to? 2.4, right? I don't know, should I climb to 10,000? Just for grins, maybe it'll work better. Go a little faster. Okay, it looks like we go to OKL, fly out, and then do a procedure turn, and then come back. Or, I don't know, a teardrop or whatever. Okay, so we gotta switch all this up. So I'll go for 240. And if we go here, 109.1, 109.10. Okay, 109.10, 240 on both sides. We're going to hit OK out, we're going to fly out to here, we're going to loop around, come in on final. Good enough, I guess. Okay, we are real time right now, or are we slow? 6, 7, 8. Okay, let's speed up.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, contact Prague Center on 118.375. Good day.
118.375. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree.
Okay, we're gonna need to drop
Prague
to
Center.
4,000
Summit
real
Delta
soon.
Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. 10,000 feet.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, Prague Center, QNH 1020. Radar contact continue. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, contact Prague approach on 120.5 tree. Good day.
120.5 tree. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Prague approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. 10,000 feet.
You better give me runway 24.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, Prague approach, QNH 1020, radar contact, continue. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, contact Cruising Tower on 118.11 when inbound.
Tower on 118.11. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Cruising Tower. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. 2 miles east. Inbound ILS runway 24 approach.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, Cruising Tower. QNH 1020, cleared ILS runway 24 approach.
Cleared ILS runway 24 approach. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree.
Well, we need to get down to 4,000 here pretty soon. Nobody's telling us. Hopefully cleared into the approach means you can fly approach altitudes. We should be fine.
10,000 feet.
We got a while to get down to 4,000. Now, will we go this way or will we go that way? I think we will go, I think we're supposed to go this way. 015 degrees out, loop, come back. That looks like it's turning. Yep. Speed brakes armed. Let's increase our auto brakes. We're good on fuel. (240, 240). We're at 6. Let's go just a wee bit faster. Want to be 4 by here, I believe. Yeah. 4,000. So right now we'll be 4,000 at this point. So we can back off of that again a little bit. Oh, we're getting a nice sunset here. sure we're real time. 3, 4, 5, 6. That looks good. Ready to arm the approach. Localizer captured. We are below the glide slope until we get to here, I believe. Sim rate a little bit. Gear down. Runway is in sight. Okay, full flaps. Off auto throttle about there.
Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree, wind tree 06 at 7, cleared to land runway 24.
Cleared to land, runway 24.
Cleared to land runway 24. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree.
Okay, auto land is armed, roll out and flare. Good, I might let it auto land.
500, 400, 300.
Why are we getting slow so fast? That was my fault, but
200. Approaching
Yikes.
minimums. 50, 40, 30, 20, 10.
That didn't go so well. Where's my... I don't know where my exit way is going to
Summit
be.
Delta Sierra Tango.
Ah. It seems like when it switches landing runway, it messes up.
Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Acknowledge last transmission.
Rosine ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. I didn't copy that. Say again, please.
That's interesting. That's the only option.
Rosine ground. Summit Delta Sierra Tango Tree 61 Tree. Say again.
So, not my fault. And I have no idea what these dings are. Alright, well we bought the CJ4 and we ended up with more money than we started with, so I think we earned quite a bit today. Let's see if we can see anything in the account history. It was actually working earlier, but it comes up so weird. Like why would you have 314 as the first date there? It looks like date sorting is working for the moment, so we've got our earnings here. So we made 14, 8, 7, 10, 19. I think that would have been yesterday. That wasn't today. It'd be all the 630s today, so I think. No, I guess not. I'll have to figure out which one of these were the ones we did tonight and which one weren't. I'll be able to see on the... Oh, yeah, this has to be it. So 6:29 was Sunday, and then at 6 p.m. it switched over to 6:30. This must be UTC based, because that'd be about right. And then anything from the 28th is definitely from before. Yeah, it looks like we came in, and the first thing we did was bought the CJ4 for 34. So not a bad haul. Long way to $1 billion though. Let's see. So what did we actually make? Okay, so let's Let's grab the data here. Starting on the 20... What did we decide? The 28th, right? Okay, so we had a checkup and then 2 repairs here. Let's see, that's the checkup and 2 repairs. And then we made 18.7 here. Did I go way too far? There's 18.7. No, so ignore the one data point above it too. Okay. Wow, there's just a little bit too much. 18.7. Okay, and then 7.4 million is the bottom one here. Okay, I may have to spend some time working on this, so I might just post it in the other parts, but it looks like okay, my first cut is that we earned 59 million, almost 60 million credits. We spent 40 million credits, including on the CJ4, which was, where's that screenshot? It's the very first screenshot. 34 million. I think I did this wrong though. I'm not sure. Not 100% sure yet. I'll have to go back and look at the data again. Because I'm not sure out of this 29 on the 29th. I think some of these were yesterday on the 29th. So maybe I should exclude those. But now the dates are not lining up, right? Like where'd all the data go? Like, should I just start here? Because I started here. No. Wait, where did I start? 28th. Yeah, I included some data from the 28th by accident. Shoot. So I don't know. But that sounds close. Made about 60. We're up about 40 after we spent 34.5 million on the CJ4. Because I was at 2.4, now I'm at 2.6, so that puts us up about 20 million. Which sounds about right, 40 to 60. So I may have got some of this in here, these expenses, but I don't think I did everything from the 28th. But even if I did, none of that's that much. So yeah. I didn't have to buy the CJ4, so net we're 4 hours in and we earned 60 million credits. And I will catch you all later. Bye.